Excess coffee. I am so glad you asked. Welcome in, Mihakula. Welcome in, Eve Winter. Welcome in, Mihakula again, and Excess Coffee. And Joseph. Okay, got everybody. Magician never reveals their secrets. Except I do, because I like talking about code. Hang on. Let me make sure I'm going the right thing here. It's not open source because it's really only applicable to my setup, but here. So the basic walkthrough is that it displays the fake shell, uses CSS to give it the right. This is just fed into OBS as a browser source. So it displays a fake shell, and then it has a status span, a countdown span, and shell cursor span. As soon as OBS says the stream started, we get this event and we start the countdown. As soon as we start the countdown, we start updating the clock and we update the text to starting stream. And then we have several of these shells for like different screens, like for example, this one. And so they all share this shell cursor library. Anyway, that's as open source as it's getting. That way it just reacts to OBS and fun times. Okay, let's quit this. This is too new, oddly enough. Minecraft 1.7, too new. Yeah, Excess Coffee. There's a resource out there somewhere. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, you can find it. Shows you how the shows you how everything's done. Okay. We're gonna close this because we're only using it for music, and we're going to open it up. Okay, so 1.2.5. I did install Optifine. That's all that I installed, and I don't have anything like fancy features enabled for it. Let's see. We don't have. There we go. I don't have any fancy features enabled for Optifine, but last time I was streaming this, it's really old, but it's so kind of unoptimized that it just drives my graphics card crazy. Oh yeah, Mihakila, you can find even older ones on MC Archive. So it just puts my graphics card into overdrive and causes my computer to get really hot. So I installed Optifine just to optimize it. Okay, let's talk about what we're going to do today. Last time, we built a house, and this is mostly how we left it. I had to do some mining off camera. The proverbial mining off camera. I'm gonna sleep here. And we built this we got nerd sniped. We built this entire house. We did an 8-hour stream. We will not be doing that again. But we did an 8-hour stream, and the pigs keep escaping because it's old Minecraft. God's sake. Hopeless. So here's our house. And we set up an enchanting table. enchanting table is up here. But one of the things about Minecraft 1.2 is that nowadays in enchanting, um, the maximum level requirement is 30. So if I put a tool in here, or a weapon, the maximum level requirement is going to be 30. And it's only going to cost me 3 levels to make that enchantment. Well, before modern Minecraft, it actually cost this number of levels. So it would cost you 30 levels to make a level 30 enchantment, which is a little bit crazy. But it was even crazier before 1.3 because back in 1.2, the highest level was 50, and it cost you 50 levels to make a level 50 enchantment. Now, that did mean you could get things like sharpness 5 that you couldn't get otherwise, but it also meant you had to have 30 bookshelves. So we'll have to completely enclose this thing except for an entrance. So yes, we have to have more bookshelves. Thankfully, books in this version don't require leather. And we also need, forgive me, but a shit ton of XP. And the only way to get XP in 1.2, because you don't get it from fishing, you don't get it from mining, you don't get it from trading with villagers, you only get it from killing mobs. Throw back to digging 5,000 block long wheel tunnels in Payday without enchants. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So, let's talk about mob farms. I love that the title screen has not changed. Okay, let's talk about mob farms. If you want to build a mob farm in modern Minecraft, you have to start with a spawning space. And then a mob spawns on the spawning space. Let's see. I can't even search this in this version. Let's see. Where's a zombie? Probably. A mob spawns in the mobbing space. A mob spawns in the spawning space. And then you basically have to convince it to walk to wherever you're going to kill it. Either that, or you pick it up in a boat and put it in a portal, or do something to get it out of the spawning space. Well, yes. We are going to set this to peaceful, ironically. So we found, actually, in Minecraft 1.2, this setting is global. So when we went back to survival, it was still peaceful. But okay, let's get some peace and quiet. In Minecraft 1.2.5, you can do sort of the same thing, except you have much fewer options, but you also have some cooler options that you can do. Because before Minecraft 1.9, slab, let's say we have a bunch of these spawning spaces that you actually cannot place. Okay. Controls of Minecraft 1.2 are not great. Okay. What we can actually do is... Where is it? We can put pressure plates. So after Minecraft 1, as of Minecraft 1.9, why can't I? Okay, we have to have full blocks. As of Minecraft 1.9, mobs cannot spawn on pressure plates, but in this version, they can, which means we get to do fun stuff. Can I put redstone on this? Nope, can't. Cool. We can do piston. Where is my piston? There it is. We can do that. And a mob can actually spawn on the pressure plate, at which point it will get pushed off. As soon as they spawn, they're immediately pushed. And so if we just make a whole bunch of these, then we can have a mob farm. We just have to use where are they? Repeater. Where's my repeater? Should be in this general vicinity. We do have repeaters in 1.2, don't we? Sure as hell ain't no target blocks. But I could swear we have repeaters in 1.2. And this stream's about to get derailed. I'm gonna have to change the title if we don't have repeaters. Yes. I mean, we can still, if we want, we can still make the classic, like, 4-quadrant trapdoor mob grinder. But, oh, for God's sake. We cannot build JL2579's mob farm in this version. And it's not quite old enough. Okay, because the problem is we sure don't have target blocks. That would be our other option. Let's be creative for just a second. Can we... Man, if I have to change my stream title. I mean, we can just do this, right? That cuts our efficiency in half. And we don't want to do that. So we need some way. It is very dark. I guess we can sleep. What? Oh, that must be an Optifine thing. Seating control. Not so far off from the first version I ran a public server on. It wasn't that like 1.5 or something? I don't know. No, it was before 1.5 because there were no hoppers. Well, this isn't JL2579's Ghost. We're foreshadowing here. Somehow. We've managed to foreshadow a 14-year-old mob farm. Okay, ideas on how to fix this problem. Unless we just want to, okay. We can get a little bit creative. And we could pack it in like this. And then I bet... Okay. We can just do... Well, that doesn't do anything. So... Okay, so if we tile it like this, then we can tile it should have done my research. Because we can do... We can do that, but how densely does it pack? Basically what we want to end up doing then is this. We're experimenting, folks. Good enough 3 next to each other. I'm on phone so we can see what's happening. So the problem is if we try to do this, then our redstone gets like that. And it no longer powers the piston. And the traditional way to get around that would be to use repeaters. But we can't do that either. We can't use repeaters because, well, this is old Minecraft. Repeaters were in 1.3. I've been bamboozled. Okay, but we can do this. The problem is that a mob might not spawn in the middle of the block, in which case we'd be screwed. I wonder if in 1.2 mobs do spawn in the middle of the block reliably. Wayback Machine. Been using the Wayback Machine. Come on. Wonder if that's a thing. The wiki doesn't have great information on previous versions of Minecraft because it just gets updated. So we kind of have to look at old versions of the wiki, such as this version from April 2012, to find the information that we need. Come on. Okay. Let's see if mobs always spawn, because if they always spawn in the center of the block, problem is we have to reliably get them off the spawning space. And if they always spawn in the center of the block, then we can do this design. Don't look at my old website, it's embarrassing today? Okay, I won't look. For God's sake. I appreciate the hell out of what the Internet Archive does, but they do it very slowly. Okay. Spawning and mob spawning. Mobs spawn naturally within a 15 by 15 jungle area around the player. Okay. Well, interesting. It's fun to take one of them doesn't want to pack. Interesting. Okay. You have to have an air block and then block location is chosen at random. Okay. All mobs within a pack of the same species. If it's a squid, then you have a special case. Individual mobs can spawn inside signs, especially if it's anything on a big box. Packs cannot. Okay. Can for the Halloween update, chunk 00. Always the first chunk evaluated for mob spotting. If one built the dark room inside that chunk, all mobs spawn inside that room and nowhere else. Um. Okay, so the question is, I wonder if I can get a really, really, really old version of World Edit. Did I just spin up a craft bucket server? Okay. Um, you know what? It's been 5 ever since I've done this. Let's do it. No, no, because then it won't be. Because Bucket has a different world layout. Um, we are gonna try using this. Okay. I guess. Wait, wait. Because I don't want to take 10 hours to build this thing. Um, is there a readme in here? Yes. Come on. Sure. I, I just want to read it. Okay. Install instructions. Double click the jar file to run it. There's no. Is there a jar file in here except for this one? There is not. Backward Mathematica real quick. There was a mod called Schematica that was before 1.13. I don't know when it was first created though. Probably not, but I know. Um, all the class files contained in the mod. Okay. Up under the build. All right. See you in a bit, Mihakula. So there is support. We don't have to do this manually. Uh, extract. Share the files. Oh, it only extracted the one. Okay. I believe what we can do now that we've extracted, we can simply go in here, edit instance, version, add to Minecraft.jar, and we're going to. Version came out in April. Based on the earliest files I have, I was running 1.4.6, which came out that December. Minecraft had a fast release cadence back then. Um, so, let's see. I want to use this. Okay, so that just automatically patches the jar. And then we have to open Minecraft folder. And we have to put this in there. I mean, I honestly am a fan. I'm a fan of their new versioning. I think especially in the drop era, it makes sense. Okay. Launch this and hope it doesn't die on us. Okay. That's promising. Single player commands is loaded. I don't know if I can. So you do have to hit T to talk. But then you can just do this. That's going to take a second to get the muscle memory, but do that. Expand 2 down. All right. Now, doesn't even tell us which way we're facing, but we are facing south. Stack 4 the south. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Did they change? Hang on. Okay, so F3. If I go this way, it's definitely the Z coordinate that's changing. Did they change what Z means? I see. Okay. Stack. So if that direction is south, then if for you that direction is south, then I want to stack west. Okay. In 1.0, well, beta 1.9 pre-releases, they changed it. Good to know. Okay, so if I do this then, then I expand 2 down, and I copy. I wonder if this long ago world that supported masks. Paste. Nope, that only supports a couple of options. Paste. Give me air blocks. There we go. Okay. This gives us some idea, I think. Oops. Undo. I will say for this fort, it's copying the redstone dust correctly, which certain modern versions of World Edit do not do. Okay, so Imagine having to do like 50 layers of this shit for a functional Enderman farm. I see. Okay. So this is our sort of basic layout. And then what we're going to do is we're going to copy the whole damn thing. Oops. Undo. We're going to cut it. And we're going to go up to about 130 or so. Give ourselves a little bit more room here. Paste. Okay, now if I set I think the point of doing this was to do like a very unmodded kind of Minecraft, and we've modded this to heck now. But okay, normal difficulty. Done. Do that. I can't. Time. What? Oh, I bet it's just time. I didn't complain about that one. And 0. Time doesn't seem to be doing anything. We'll have to wait for night. Gotta look at this from this end, and we'll see if this actually reliably pushes the mobs off the blocks. Double check. We are, in fact, on normal difficulty. Okay. Mobs. Spawn. Begin spawning, please. Give ourselves some brightness so we can see what's happening. Oh my. That's the only spot where they can spawn. We'll just try to make sure we're far enough away. Okay. Okay, it's moving. It's doing a thing. Lol. The spiders have room to spawn. This will not work. I see. The spider has spawned. I want to say in the original, the spiders could not spawn. Okay, so the two tall mobs, they're dying. They're falling and dying occasionally, not very often. And there's some more space. I think we did successfully kill one mob. A rail-based mob farm? Okay, do tell, Joe. Explain this concept to me. I have a feeling we're possibly in the market for new mob farms because this is a little bit ridiculous. I don't think if you did, maybe I wasn't there. I know, blasphemy to suggest I would not be there on your stream, but okay, so this does work very, very slowly. And whenever a spider spawns, it kind of doesn't work. Our other problem is that spawn rates are extremely low. Which means that we there's not any on the ground. I don't think so. I think we're far enough up. We're definitely far enough up. Mhm. Okay. This does seem to work for 2 tall bombs. So how can we do this without the spideys? Joe has posted a YouTube video. Okay, let's take a look.
Now I'll take you upstairs for the next major change.
Oh my
And
god.
then
The
we'll give
era
a
of the
test run, and then
olds.
I'll show you all the rest of the systems and how everything
Okay.
works. But first
There's
off, we'll
hoppers
go
in this.
upstairs. I will crack it open and show you the spawning pads and what new distances I've changed everything to get the sweet spot, so you no longer get shot by skeletons. Well, I haven't got shot yet. You'll probably find, I won't say it's impossible to get shot, just because you know, there might be
Oh my god, the texture packs.
someone out there might lag or something or get shot, and that's all I need.
You too.
Yeah. So I won't say it's impossible to get shot. So we'll go up the top, right up the top, where the dark rooms are. This is all maintenance access. You'll never need to come up here. So here's the track that you'll travel on, and aggroing all the mobs inside these dark rooms. Now I'm going to have
Oh
to
my
crack this
god.
open because I didn't put any maintenance access or anything like that, so bear with me. Okay, so I'll just take off these sides here, take off all this so you can see everything, and then I'll put it back together. Just, we got to be careful these mobs. We've got some dropping down these chutes already. But as you can see, I've changed it dramatically from the last. The spawning pads here are very short now. They're only 3 blocks wide. Now we've got the hatches here, so mobs think they're actually they think they're a full block and they walk on them and then they fall off. And then we have 7 blocks of regular and half slabs up here. Now, reason why I've adjusted this, because in the original version, I only had the, one wide, and then there was just a big drop here, and then all that was spawning pad. But not anymore, because you used to get shot from arrows and all sorts of nonsense. So after a lot of testing, I figured that it needs at least 7 blocks here, 7 blocks of half slabs and a little baby gap here, so you will not get shot. Actually, arrow men will not probably fire on.
I believe there's a fatal flaw with this design, and that is I have to be able to kill the mobs because this is an XP farm more than it is a mob farm. There's like nothing useful from the mobs except maybe the arrows. And I guess it's your only source of bonus, so the skeletons are useful. But aside from that, I have to kill them. It is unfortunate indeed. Um, mm, okay, let's ponder. But y'all, back on the Minecraft. Yes? Why are you on the wrong window? Please hold. Um, why are you capturing that window? I want you to capture that window. Okay. Bugged out window capture. They'll still maximize the spawning space and give you a way to lure them so they can be pushed to the kill chamber at least. Yeah, you'd be better off just building a spawner-based XP farm. Oh, right, they have those. It'd still be slow as heck. Like, we have to get 50 levels, Joe. I've half mind. Because let's see what happens. If we do this, so I said expand 2. I don't think it expanded in the direction I wanted. Expand 2 down. I have to reset. Okay, I bet it expanded up. And moved my pause one. Oh, I have to move my camera. Okay, we're gonna have the camera over here tonight. Why I ended up making the 6xk spider farm my builds. Um, okay. Expands 2 down. Back 3 down. Okay. Now we have a lot more spawning spaces. Let's see what happens if we back off and let this spawn. Oops. Entities couldn't even use portals. Wow. Okay. At this point, Rates is starting to pick up a little bit. This might be like equivalent to a spawner. So if we just build the damn thing bigger. One of the other quirks of the old Minecraft is that, okay, I truly don't think the spiders are going to be a big problem. But one thing we could do if we put trapdoors, so Vex, there's no repeaters in this version. Where's my trapdoor? Here it is. Okay, if we do that, it works. It does close the trapdoor, which is a problem. My thought was we could put trapdoors here, and that would stop the spiders from spawning, but unfortunately it also it also just closes the trapdoors. Which technically still stops the spiders from spawning. But truth be told, it doesn't really seem like the spiders are going to be that big of a problem at the spawn rates we have. The spiders are despawning before they actually... We're not hitting mob cap. So what we're getting is a lot of failed mob spawn attempts because there aren't enough spaces. Let's make this twice as long. At least there's world edges. Yeah, but the ones below it won't. H plus 2, expand, 1 down. Also, they changed the axes, as we found out. Stack 1 west. Okay. Now you have twice as many spawning spaces. Could you permanently power the trapdoor instead? We have very limited options for doing so. So, okay. If we put the trapdoor, say, here, for example, open it, there's not a ton of places that I can put a power source. Do they even have flying machines in this version? I don't think they do. You need a movable power source, and there are no movable power sources in this game. Oh, really? Okay. News to me. So we can't block this space. But I can put Okay, what happens if I put a lever here? Because the lever doesn't have... That actually does work. Because the lever has no hitbox last I checked. Maybe it does in this weird-ass version, but... Nope. Because... Unless it's quasi-powering this... Yep, okay. That's the problem. Okay, Joe. Oops. It QC's this piston. Hmm. And I'm truly beginning to think the rates on this are not worth the build. Also, what? What? Can I even F1 in this? I can. Okay. I'm not even going to. I'm screenshotting this. Folks, I think it might be time to move on. I have other things I want to do in this world, and to be honest with y'all, I was a little bit iffy. Not because I have anything against mob farms, but simply because that's kind of not how I want to beat this. I kind of had this desire to play the game the way that it was, the way Mo Yang intended, so to speak. What the actual heck? Um, it's all technology automation. I do ever since generative AI. Um, no, but I was just kind of, I didn't know for sure if I wanted to do this. We'll see. Um, Loading shitbox mob farm. Given the spawn rates on this thing, no, they do wander. But given the spawn rates on this thing, I'm not exactly sure that the floating shitbox mob farm is going to do us any favors. Because the way that that would work, like if we were to do that, now let's talk about doing something like this. We just basically build, I'll build a miniature version, but we basically build this. And can you have top trapdoors in this version? No. That is true, Joe. We do have water flushing we could use, and there are multiple ways we can make a timer. Actually, this old of a game with no repeaters I think we might have to resort to a boat timer. Okay. But there are no... There's no way to do a top trapdoor. It only works like that. But you're right. We could potentially do a flushing mob farm. How would we do a timer in this version? Because there's no delay. There's no delay components. Tech demo asking this still was. I think that's by comparison, Joe. Like, this had never been, nothing like this had ever been done before. If an indie dev went 1.0 like this, their house would get blown up. You can still stack redstone torches, good point. That could make a timer. Wouldn't even be the worst one because we'd be able to hook, because basically what we would do you could make it so it only flushes once the kill chamber is empty. Okay, what we would do for this, if we were going to do that. Bye, Eve. Bye, Eve. I think this would work. All right, Eve. See ya. Because what we can do is we can put a redstone torch, make a timer based on chicken wandering under pressure plates. It's not the worst thing I've ever heard. Okay, but if we make a torch tower, and we make sure that the top torch is on, then we can make get cross here. We don't get cross, do we? But if okay, if I do that, then okay, so it does work like a cross. Okay. Well, that won't work. Well, if me and Joe both have the idea, you know it's terrible. Oh my god, I didn't even see Joe's. Thank you for quoting that. Okay, so we can't do that, but what we can do... We can do that. And then we just kind of do this. Oops. We just keep alternating. Okay, this is clever enough I want to build it. Maybe, we'll see. Do that, and then that. Oh, it doesn't. What? Okay, visual bugs. Oh, it works like a cross? Prove it. Crucify somebody. Okay. Gonna make an Apollo guidance computer replicate Minecraft with the CPU clock safe chicken timer. Oh, I'm absolutely sure someone's built it. in Minecraft. It'd probably be just as fast. Okay, but this redstone dust tower does not work. Can we use on? Can we do this? No. Oh, really? I didn't realize it was that big. Hmm. How do we go downwards redstone in 1.2? That's my question at this moment. Someone did a video on it a year ago, but it has a stupidly small amount of actual Minecraft footage in it, so I'm going to assume this guy doesn't know anything. Fair enough. Okay. How to make this timer? How do we make the redstone go down? I thought this worked. The biggest Minecraft computer has a bit less ROM, but a lot more RAM, obviously significantly slower clock speed. Okay. Yeah, there's a mod that the computational redstone is used that makes the redstone run like 100 times as fast. And I think that's what we need for real life. How do we get it? I'm pretty sure that the you can't even put redstone or glass in this version. I was pretty sure the glass down doesn't work. I think it's impossible to replicate ignoring clock speed and more niche design elements. But it's because of the cutting edge of computational medicine, so no one capable has actually done it yet. Okay. Remember Seth Bling doubled the FPS on his Atari emulator? I don't. The only thing I know about Seth Bling. Wait, I thought he was the Bucky guy, but he's not. That's somebody else. So if I can get this to work, it's still a very quick timer, much quicker than we would need. So we probably want to do a bow timer and just see. I was thinking of Evil Seth. That's who I was thinking of. The acquired? Okay. All right, Joe. Oh, it wasn't. It absolutely wasn't. Mojang thought that by hiring all the devs, they could acquire the intellectual property, which was, of course, not in the least true. Okay. Code clock. For this, we need. I think we have all of the ingredients required for this. We just need fences and I believe pressure plate. Okay. We might put a pressure plate there, and then fences in the middle, and a water bucket. But lighted bucket being effectively discontinued as a standalone project and spigot starting up. Okay. That was wrong. Okay, so if we do that. And then we do that and that. And we put a boat. No. Does not follow the current. This was before boats dropped themselves, obviously. Do boats work for... I was hoping they did, because I can't think of any other way to do it. But, evidently... players do. So... if we put a spider in it, maybe? I don't think ice works in this version. So if I were to put, like... we have to open this up a little bit more, but we can do this. Pressure plates and... can I get ice? I can. And I can't put pressure plates on it. You can just make a redstone torch clock that doesn't burn out. You could just hook it up to a binary counter to lengthen it. How do we make a binary counter without any modern redstone components? Just torches. I'm sure I could look that up, but... how would we even do that? Because you have to have, like... to make a binary counter on a clock. But you don't... there's a way. Because if you can make an AND gate, you can make anything. And you can definitely make an AND gate in this version. Like, I think the standard AND gate works. Keep going to type and there's no inventory search. It's definitely possible, just more annoying than I figured. Yeah. So AND gates work. So yeah, we can do... oh my god, that slime sound. You guys hearing this? Alrighty. Indeed, Mihakula, indeed. And I need it. The plan now is a flushing mob farm, but getting the water to flush on a timer is a little. Yes, Mihakula, we did find a world edit. Okay. So this won't work because boats can't go around. Items will despawn. Could you make a simple short clock with a pressure plate, upwards piston, and boat? Vex, I think the absolutely hilarious thing about what you've just suggested is that there's... Okay, you can make upwards pistons. There's one direction of piston that you can't make in this version. I believe it was up or down. I think it's down. Yeah, there's no down piston in this version. Even if we get directly... Oh, okay, well... There's a down piston, but it's incredibly pain in the ass to make. I did, yes. So turns out you can. Okay, so if we do that, and then can you place a boat outside of water in this version? Excuse me? Where's the lava? Fair enough, I suppose. Okay, so that does work. And then you know what we can do. Oh, it's loud and annoying, and that's why we keep Vex around, so it works for him. Okay, so if we do that, I'm just spitballing here. No, that doesn't help. That also doesn't help. It's gonna be annoying. I'm not annoying and helpful, so if we make a lot of annoying things, maybe that'll be helpful too. Fair enough. It's worth a shot. Quiet, peaceful, unhelpful things to balance it out. Who volunteers? Okay. Okay, so that does work, and I had this concept. I think it could maybe be used as a pulse divider. If my god. Shoo. You're on the pressure plate. Bye. Okay. So how do we make... This is more fun than I was expecting. What if I just... Water doesn't break pressure plates in this version, so... Well, excess coffee. At the moment, we're trying to make a redstone clock, which we have succeeded in making. But we want a pulse divider. All right, coffee. I wonder if you could use the spawns on the pressure plates to trigger flushing. Why not just the water push into the channels down the chute one? What? Yeah, then we have to wait for the mobs to wander. If Vex, at the moment, I don't think the mob cap is our problem. Oh no. When the old textures hit different, yeah, then. This is Minecraft 1.2. We have no repeaters, and we're trying to make timing circuits. Excellent plan, Miharkula. Okay. One way that we can... No coffee, we can't. We tried it, but the water currents don't push the boats. Um, okay, so the way that we would make like a... Yes, Granny, that seems to be the goal. um, Welcome in. Good to see you. Okay, so here's my thought. If we were going to make a pulse divider, the way we would typically do it would be by zero ticking redstone blocks. That's one way to do it. And we can't exactly zero tick redstone blocks in this game because there's no redstone blocks. But this is a powered block that we can move. We can do that. The pulse divider does just win the video game. Is there any way we can get a pulse shortener? I think if it's possible with no repeater. Joe has a question. Long time. This is not your first time calling, Joe, but you're on the air. Why aren't you just making a zombie pigman farm? Because I don't want to do that much spawn proofing. I mean, I guess I could go on the nether roof, but I don't think you can build on the nether roof in this version. Nope, then not till 1.5. But can you build on the nether roof in 1.2? We can check. There definitely were, but I think back in like the beta or alpha days. Well, that sound hasn't changed. I'm gonna go ahead and put my camera over. Okay, because we can definitely, this version is so glitchy, of course we can, okay. Well, the lighting's buggy. But we can build up here. Still, though, I'm much more interested in the redstone destined to sandstone block with an upward piston below it, then another sticky piston adjacent to the sandstone will drop its block. Okay. I see what Vex is saying. With the mark, I think that can become a pulse divider. I think Vex is correct. And once we have that 0-tick pulse out of the clock, so what Vex is saying, and this can only be built in this orientation, but if I take okay, so we do that. It works as you'd expect. And then we do that. That didn't do anything. Oh, another sticky piston adjacent to this. I'm an idiot. You sure about that, Vex? Maybe it's update order dependent. That one drops its block. That one fires and pulls its block back. And the far one doesn't fire at all. So it works, but only in this orientation. So what we're dealing with here is update order. This block right here is getting powered by the redstone. It's going to power all of these pistons. Including the one below it. Actually, the one below it is getting powered by this block. Can't even do TTB because I don't know what TTB is. I probably do, but I don't know what the acronym is for. But this one is powering all these 3 pistons. And the question is it doing so before or after it gets pushed up lower piston? If the answer is before, then this block gets powered. These pistons get updated. They, in theory, push their block up. And then this block gets pushed up in the same tick. And the piston is no longer powered because there's no block powering it. And it pulls down at the same tick, pushing out the block. On this side, the update order is such that that works. On this side, it's not quite right. Can you test to confirm it's directional? Yes. Wonderful, it's locational. This will never work. But I almost had something, before you said that, I almost had something that would work. It's truly all we need is to generate a 0-tick pulse. I'm trying to remember what it was that I thought of and whether it would actually work. um, hmm. This should work. But I bet it's locational. And you can't even put, in this version, you can't even put a lever on anything but the back face of the piston. You can't attach a lever to a piston at all. It'd be so funny having observers but not slime blocks and also not repeaters or comparators. Okay. So like, even if a piston is 0-ticked, it won't necessarily drop its block, I suppose. What happens if I do this? Nothing. Interesting, so the piston is being quasi-powered by this. And that means it's probably truly not being zero ticked because it doesn't. This new game, a made a game where you literally have to find a missing semicolon in the codebase of 180,421 lines. It catches the entire codebase, is printed out and taped to the walls of an office, and you have to inspect it line by line. That's a terrible game. I won't be playing in that category on Twitch. It's not a game, that's a saw trap. I mean, this is not my first mental breakdown stream. It is one of my more fun ones, though. I'm moving my camera back. Stupid. That one works. Okay. How do we zero tick a piston reliably without quasi powering it? Not sure that's possible. So we will have to construct essentially we have to construct a T flip-flop. Calculating, we were briefly checking if you can build on the nether roof in this version. The answer is you can. But I don't want to be that lame now that we have redstone. Yep, tripwire hooks. I was thinking about tripwire hooks for something. I don't think you can even. I don't think you can place a string in this version. Maybe you can. Nope, you can't. No placing string. Torch. Okay. Basic and gate. This thing will save us. Detector rail. Yes, it does, Joe. I'm never putting a coffin dance for Dima on my stream. Max, there's only one bridge in this world, and it's not really tall enough for that. Okay, okay. Let's see if we can build real quick. T flip-flop. Because I think all we do... Something like that. Something like that. Because... I'm trying to remember now how we do it. If I ever knew. And then our clock input. This might require a repeater, but our clock input is there. Okay. So that turns it off. We've made an RS NOR latch. Okay. So when we hit the button, the state changes to be the opposite. Okay, we got this. Because all we have to do is this. You're kidding me. There's no bottom buttons in this game. Okay, pressure plate for now. If I step on this pressure plate, the output will change to match that torch. Okay, so that's half the problem. Which state are you going to? I think I lost the context for that joke. Yeah. Hercules, yes. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're referencing that I said that makes that funny. Okay, so we turn that, and then we hit this, and it changes. Trouble is, then we hit this, and it changes back. Okay. I'm sure I did. So we have half of a watch that we can use. Sort of. Um, mm, What we're trying to do is get an input to flip the state of this. I think you're going to need 2 of these with your input going to both. Okay. It's been too long since I took computer engineering fix. Too long. Um, and a bit of wiring, but IDK exactly what it look like. I'm gonna have to puzzle this off stream. I'll show you all the answer later because I don't think I can work this out. Let me give this a little bit of thought here. So basically, I see. Welcome. So what happens if I do this? That doesn't help. What you working on? I don't know. So at this point, I'm trying to make some type of a latch or T flip flop that. I mean, if you have a latch, you can just convert it to a T flip flop quite easily. Um, so I have it half working. This is old Minecraft, so we don't have any of the like repeaters or comparators or anything that we can use. I have it half working, but as soon as I flip this, it changes states back. So it doesn't wait for this input. And it should. How do we make it wait? Because if I turn this lever on, and then I hit the pressure plate, this turns on. That's what we want. If I turn this off, then, oops, well, that's one way to turn it off. This turns off immediately, which is not what we want. So I'm missing some important component here. Um, think about this differently. We have an input. We only want to that doesn't help me. Anyway, what Vex's suggestion, incredibly annoying suggestion, was essentially that we do this. Oh, I swear to God. Stop. I'll never complain about Minecraft again. If I have fixed Joe's Minecraft complaining, I will have succeeded in life. Okay. Yes? Yes. Okay. And there's our clock. Sort of. Oh, I know Vex will. Vex lives to complain. Oops, not what I wanted. 1.16 just showed they could always do it and just didn't. I don't know that that's fair. But this sure is a clock. So if we want to slow it down, all we have to do is make the track longer. This is the obvious solution to our problems. In fact, at least you don't have to use minecart boosters. I think we can just do this. Well, we can't do that apparently. We can do this. I do know about those. It's where you stack up a whole shit ton of minecarts. Maybe send it up and down through cobwebs. Cobwebs attainable? Cobwebs are not. I think cobwebs. I guess cobwebs aren't in this version. No cobwebs. Oh, but there are cobwebs, and we can't obtain them. I'm pretty sure. But sending them up and down through cobwebs? Okay, I guess we could do that. But like, okay, and then we just turn the farm on and off with the lever. We have to add additional. That is your option. Second, can I change? I don't think I can change my game mode. I don't think that's a thing that I can do. I wonder if I can do it with the... I can, okay. It's just so old I have to have a mod to run commands in single player. Because they did not separate out the server until 1.3. Apparently not in this one, Joe. I just did game mode survival and it worked. Okay, so we have that, and then I should have shears. And I think if I have shears, I can get the cobwebs. I know shears exist in this game, in this version. I just have to find them. Hmm. You saw shears. Doesn't help me, but she saw them. Third column, okay. Yeah, cool. Thanks, Eve. Okay. Game mode, survival. Google is poison. Okay, but if I give the shears silk touch, I can, okay, hang on. Put my camera back up here. I can do enchants. Not parson, but enchant. Ox. Now y'all can see me actually typing my username. I can, in fact, do it. Silk touch existed in this version, but it didn't work on cobwebs. Eva, I think you want 50 HoloLive clip channels in your recommended. So no cobwebs. That's okay, they weren't necessary. Neighborhood creative. Okay. So now we have a working clock, because we can just take a redstone output of this. I want to get life advice from an anime girl with the reality-shattering levels of jiggle physics. I don't know. Can we? Well, if I were to eat any clip, the channel comes to my attention, I go straight to the source and click the VTubers channels. It's actually really annoying because I do want to see occasional HoloLive clips, but YouTube seems to like one of the things that means watching them is your day job. Then I've done half of it. The problem is that we have to use this to control water, which means that I have to use pistons. Wait a second. What if we use the rules of causic connectivity to our advantage? No, Vin. Unfortunately, that wasn't a thing until 1.13. Okay, shut up. What are we doing, Zeus? You're scaring me, buddy. Um, okay, so we still have to make a team profile, but I think I have an idea. I'm thinking of something. Alright. So here's the idea. We basically... We do this. We do this. We do... That's not what I wanted. We do this. Okay. Now. So what... This has to be powered. And then we have to put the piston in a place where it's going to be quasi-powered by this block. And now, we simply do, for example, this. And if I were to power this redstone, then this block would push out, quasi-powering this piston, which would then update with the trapdoor. This is going to be the world's stupidest T flip-flop. And it's not quite going to work, but this is going to be the foundation of it. Okay, this is an almost correct one. Because what's going to happen is... Of course this isn't powered. Then we do... So now that thing should, in theory, be quasi-powered. Okay, okay, we're getting somewhere. Interesting. Not quite what I expected to happen. This do be dependent on update order, which I think is not anyone's version. You're right. But not if we... do that. Then we use the trapdoor. To update the piston. Which swear to God. Mihak, what did you do? Tell us. Tell us you're evil. Eve, we are not flip-flopping at the moment. We can't put these on top of blocks. I rebooted into Windows, wanted to get some high setup done on GTA 5. The first part is the evil part. Understandable. Of course the first part would be the evil part. Okay. If we can just delay... I don't think this will work, but yeah, that doesn't work. And hoping they finally get GTA 6 out so the countdown to the end of GTA 5 Online begins. Why do you want GTA 5 Online to end? There's no way they'll shut down GTA 5 Online. They shut down everything important. Not that I think that's particularly important, but I'm sure it's important to a lot of people. I have no real need for Windows. That's fair. Joseph, that would assume that companies do sensible things, which, as we know, they did not. So my goal is to update this piston after this pushes out, but does that even solve the problem? Basically, we wanted an input that would respond to a clock. So if I do button here, there. Now, over here, the piston does not update until we push the button. As long as I can sell a single shark card, GTA 5 will never die. Final Fantasy XI Online and Final Fantasy XIV Online both coexist. There's no chance Rockstar lets GTA 5 die. Never bought a single shark card, no reason to, it's too easy to make money. I'm sitting at 120 million, own every business, and 300 vehicles. Sure, because you're intelligent. Now imagine you own a game full of absolutely no life Jeds. Okay. Polar opposite of that, I like to get free vacations forever is not shut down a server, and you want to approach understanding of Rockstar. Okay. This does work. And then if we just feed. We feed the output of this. Back into the input. And the way that we would do that is with another redstone torch and then some redstone coming on the back. Okay, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's too many. We're prototyping, that's why this is so big and ugly. If we feed our clock input back into I'm so excited for GTA 6 to suck. It's going to be the funniest thing ever. Yeah, why make money from one live service with a cult following when you can make money for two? GTA 6 is going to be the next Starfield, not the next GTA 5. World of Warcraft Classic also proves that companies will just bring back the old thing because money. I mean, there's also League of Legends Classic. Same reason. Downloads ROMs retroactively. Really no current redstones? I can't imagine trying to backwards engineer with old redstone. Stuff doesn't work. The things that you think would work don't work. Everyone hyped Starfield because OMG, no Bethesda game. 11D1. And then it was pretty shit, and they just went back to re-releasing Skyrim. I can't see myself enjoying. I cannot see myself enjoying GTA. It just doesn't seem fun. Welcome in, Sleepy Bambi. Good to see you. We're doing some ancient redstone. We don't have repeaters, we don't have comparators, we don't have observers, we don't have anything good. Give us this day a daily re-release of Skyrim. Not sure that's true with Starfield. It's oddly successful to everyone's chagrin. You know, I think people have this, like, perception of what's popular based on what we see a lot. And maybe you sees a lot about Starfield in her bubble, and we don't. I mostly like driving the cars around and blowing stuff up, and clearly Mihakula's doing something right because he's making the moolah. So now it pops off. Okay. Then here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. We will make it work. Cool. You go, I don't need you. And this will delay the input into there. After that, okay. Wait, are torches instant in this? Are torches instant in this version? Because if there was any kind of delay, this should work. I can't imagine they're instant because that would cause all sorts of problems. Okay, I don't know if this is the case in this version, but it actually takes 3 ticks for this block to become a thing in later versions. So if that's the case here, then we're updating this door too soon. Because I'm pretty sure the burnout clock just works. Yeah, okay. We're just updating this too soon. Because this takes 3 ticks to become a block, and this only takes 2 ticks to update. So, do that. That. Now we have, there are 2 of them. My comment was specifically about how it's hyped solely for being a space game, but from the same studio that gave us other great games in a totally different genre, didn't really earn its hype on its own merit. It's a pretty different claim, though. Let's catch up with chat. Actually, on the Starfield subreddit, and gets a shocking amount of traffic and posting. X judges success by cultural impact. Not that much cultural impact on Starfield, but obviously that leaves me open to a lot of biases, as Ox mentioned. Especially as a non-RPG individual, but Skyrim in comparison, I see referenced constantly. I believe that a lot of people had fun with Starfield or did not. The hit it was hyped up by me by any stretch of the imagination. GTA 6 is at risk of being another case of that. I mean, it is what it is. Like, do you think that that's just because it's been too long? Okay. We have to. We can do this. We can do this. But then there's nowhere to put. Can I do something? I'm just gonna put a regular door for now. That'll do. Okay. Now. I feel like I've made a somewhat delayed switch instead of the T flip-flop I was hoping for. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Hang on. All we have to do is hook it up like that. And then put not in its path. And now, as soon as we update the piston with an actual block, we have, okay, we've done it. We have a piece of redstone that flip-flops its output every time this piston's updated. Do we think that ES6 will be good? ES6 is amazing. It has fat arrow functions. It has modules. ES6, we love ES6 here. That was the JavaScript joke for anyone who wasn't. Okay, let's catch up on chat now that we've solved the world's problems. Red is also a weird machine. I believe a GTA is going to be less successful than the last run it happens. It's because game studios change a lot over time, especially when they have decade-long development cycles. Sure, but who's to say that makes it worse? Not every one of those things is done better than the last, which is frankly baffling. It's going to be a big bang even if it's mid. Has the benefit of being a direct follow-up to the other hyped-up games, as opposed to Starfield being an entirely new franchise by the Skyrim guys. Okay, so now all we need is a way to generate a single block update when we receive a redstone pulse. Is there anything that only changes state when it's powered? Complete unrelated question. Do we think that the Elder Scrolls 6 from Bethesda Studios will be good? Have they shown a single thing of that game? I don't know. Okay. We're getting somewhere. I think we know the title, Skyrim equivalent will have 7 letters or something. I think Starfield actually does reveal some of the issues that Elder Scrolls 6 has to overcome, but Bethesda hasn't proved it can make a truly modern feeling game. At this point, I'm not sure that's a problem. Like, there's so much history in video games, and, you know, it used to be anytime somebody made something more realistic than the last thing, we were all like, oh, that's so amazing and cool. Nowadays, in some ways, games are as realistic as they need to be, and people are seeing a lot of value in more stylized representations, more stylized games. And so I'm not sure that newer is necessarily better. And I think that there's a lot of people that wouldn't necessarily mind if Bethesda released a older looking game. Welcome in, Teopol. I'm curious why you go by Uncle Chicken. Welcome in. Good to meet you. Vex says I've slowly been coming to the opinion that the AAA level polish somehow strips all the charm from games. Strips all the charm and runs up your electric bill for the GPU you have to power. I won't say AAA games are inherently bad, but I've not truly enjoyed one in a long time. To be honest, I can only participate in this conversation so much because I play Minecraft. Starfield actually really suffered because it felt very dated. It was clearly built on the same tech Bethesda used stretching all the way back to Skyrim. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to contribute to this conversation and it's just not happening because I don't know things. Alright. Oh, no problem. So, what I basically have to do here is figure out how to cause an update to this. Because if we can get a short enough, if we can get okay. This game is broken. Okay. If we trigger 2 updates in quick enough succession, Polio is my nickname. Mainly my nephews call me that. We love it. We love a good nickname. I think that could be bad or good or bad though, depending on the execution. The S2 still runs on the source engine, I'll be an updated version of it. Like, I'd rather Bethesda use this shitty ass Skyrim engine and just slap it on Unreal and call it a day. I think, and this has been something that people have been saying for decades, for hundreds of years even. But when you want to make money, there's a fear of being opinionated. And when there's a fear of being opinionated, you just don't make anything worth making. AAA games are designed by committee and fiat. Whatever my gripes about Minecraft may be, it seems like they keep the design process pretty open to an actual creative process rather than the management-driven one so far. I do appreciate that about Minecraft a lot. Went back to Minecraft in the pandemic. It was a great way to connect with them. I think a lot of us went back to Minecraft in the pandemic. But I'm really glad you were able to connect with your nephews. I'm getting to the age where I'm starting to have nephews, and I don't know how I feel about that. So can we make this accept any length of pulse? I'm so sorry, Alyssa. First time a non-family member called me uncle, it was like a gun punch. I was like, how dare you? How's it going, fellow kids? Gotta make sure the nephew's one good Redstone. So far I have one nephew, that's it. And he's a little young for Redstone. If anyone ever calls me uncle, I will bear mace them. I'm an only child and I will not be disrespected. I don't know. Like, sometimes when you have close friends, like, those friends will tell their kids to call you aunt or uncle. I don't know how you would feel about that. It's not have the same connotation in Spanish. I would simply say no, okay? Hmm. I saw you waiting with Kimmy the other day, and I remembered watching you a while ago building a cat gift farm, and I followed. Well, thank you so much for following. I don't have follow alerts on, so I don't usually call people out for following. I sometimes like to follow and like just mind my own business to follow somebody, so I don't call people out, but welcome in. Thank you so much for following. Glad to have you here. Also, that cat gift farm was a pain in the ass. um, okay, so if we just like it's fun to watch though, I'm glad. So we basically have reduced the problem of making this switch to generating a single block update per redstone pulse, which is truly. What if we were to. I really tried to remove my ankle using the dishwasher, 0 out of 10. There are far more effective methods. I'm not sure that effective is what you want in that scenario. But the washing machine can do it better. The washing machine could get infected with mold. Um, okay. I'd have to get my ankle high for that one. That one is for okay. Knee removal. Alyssa, do you need some of those giant red Astro Boy boots to wear as slippers? Um, there's no close, folks. Either that or we're far. I don't know. I just want a T flip flop. And I know there's a way to make one with just torches and rocks and redstone. I'd have to cover my whole leg at this point, which is downright impractical, but theoretically, yes. Can't wait for the Bubble Boy remake starring Alyssa. Yeah. I've never seen Bubble Boy. Oh, Tio, this is we're doing a playthrough of old Minecraft at the moment. We're doing a playthrough of 1.2.5. But most of the time we stay pretty close to up to date. We play at SMP that's on modern Minecraft. That's what the cat gift farm was. Evo, yes. The other day I mashed on knee on my desk because I have the gnarliest bruise on my knee. Sorry. Um, this was half of it. Wait a second. What if I did pick up more of that foraged fairy sod pie ice cream though. What makes you go to the next version? I guess Joseph makes a call. Yeah, Joseph and I talk about it usually. We talk about it as a community, but Joe makes the final call. Apparently they have a rewards program, so I guess another company gets my phone number. Damn. I think we'll probably update to 26.3 when that comes out. So truly, I got donuts and they aren't fresh. I have failed John. Believe. I think everyone in the world would fail John. There's no hard and fast rule. It basically boils down to whether what we're getting out of it is worth the effort. Joe hates updating his client. He hates updating his mods, and so, yeah. Okay. That thing's up there. It didn't work. Or it worked, but not very well. Um, I don't. I could just look up how to make a T flip-flop in this version. I could, but I definitely don't want to. Okay, so this. Um, well, that's not right. That's not anything. The average number of updates per year for the first 5 years of that world was 0.2, I think. Um, it was a dark and stormy night, and this did not give Ox any inspiration whatsoever. Yeah. So, do we trust Tony Ketchum with only 72 sales to ship Riftbound cards well? I feel like 72 is a lot of sales. But I guess it depends how expensive the Riftbound card is. I feel like we can all collectively usually tell when the drop is announced if we're going to care enough for it to be the one that tips the scales. I don't think it's always the same. I don't think we always have the same opinion, but like Joe is a little more conservative than most, but yeah, I think there is a general sense of it. So what we have here is a basic AND gate. If this one is on and this one is on, I can't free cam and show you, but this thing turns off. Or this thing turns on, rather. If we wanted to make... We're just going to talk about logic gates for a minute. If we wanted to make an exclusive OR, Exclusive War is the hardest. It takes a lot of circuitry to do. So this one is on when the inputs are both on. This one is on when at least one input is off. So our most sort of brute force XOR is just going to be it's $12, but the seller next to them has like 10k sales. Welcome in Vexing Raven, good to see you. We're doing some very old redstone today. We don't even have repeaters. Okay. And we're trying to make a T flip-flop. At the moment, we're trying to make an XOR gate. So here's our AND. And we have so our most brute force XOR is so what this gives us is A, if this is input A, this is input B. The output is A and not B. And the most brute force way to do an XOR is then to say, or B and not A. And then we just build another one of these and then we OR them together. Which is pretty easy to do because the OR is just a line of redstone. Does that help us? That doesn't help us, does it? I don't think that helps us. This is just going to give us the same problem we already had, but do that. Okay. Now it's on. This is everyone's dish and laundry reminder. I did a bunch of dishes today. Who makes undies out of fabric that just continually stretches out? I feel like they have to be. I feel like if they made of non-stretchy fabric, they would just be uncomfortable. How are you supposed to keep them on if they do that? Sneak part you don't. This do be why we made dishwashers. Yes, Vex, the underwear belt, of course. I personally choose underwear suspenders. Hmm. The trouble is, well, that just gets stuck. Consumerism or just stay with Mon. I choose underwearception. You simply own nothing that lasts and replace everything every 12 months. You don't buy underwear, you buy a license to wear underwear. These undies just never end and stretch out. This post brought to you by I procrastinated too long. I don't know. My underwear has no problem staying on. I will say that. Okay, folks. We've been at this for a while. I need to. We're gonna look on the Minecraft wiki and see what it has to say. And then we will. I believe there's an old page about logic gates. There might not be. We're looking on the old wiki. Oh, we are getting something. Okay. Even underwear comes with planned obsolescence. They turn to size after you wash them, but they just expand the whole time you're wearing them. Whoever thought that was a good idea, I shouldn't have that job anymore. Again, I just feel like they have to. Like, I don't know. Lizard finding completed. At least we're not lamenting. I'm about to be lamenting how long this takes to load. Yeah, well, this is just Madge. Um, why are you being so slow? Um, that has repeaters. That has repeaters. That has repeaters. That has repeaters. That doesn't. Yes, it does. That has redstone blocks. We don't have those. Minecraft XOR. I'm not that interested in an XOR, actually. I was just trying to see if that would help me think through it. Um, design A dish. Oh, God. Okay. That's incredibly complex. I feel better. Okay. D. Oh, okay. So here's an old one. The greenish block is too high. Oh, it cuts off. I see. I see. I see. Okay. So what this is doing, here's our output. Okay. So it gets powered, which toggles the output. And also, section needs cleaned up to comply with the style guide. Oh God, not the T-circuits of old. Okay, so here's our input. It's powered, flip-flops the output immediately, and then also powers this, which powers the piston, which cuts off the input. That you got rid of all the T-circuits all of a sudden what the surgeries were for. That's what the HRT was for. Um, okay, so this pushes the block over here. That cuts off the input, causing this block to be retracted. Probably not, it probably spits it out. We T-flopped to E circuits, yes. Um, and then there's a piston, there's a block under here. Which never has an input to it. So I don't know why it would. This torch never has an input. Like, I feel like it needs to. What? Yeah. It's there for vibes. This does give me an idea, though. Because this doesn't work. Look for a pulse generator. This does. We take a piston and do that. It needs to be one above this. Okay, if we do that, then okay, hang on. And that. And this. Then we can do this. And any time that we power this, B. Don't forget, if you're holding a torch in a thunderstorm in this version, lightning might strike you. Good, good to know. I don't believe you, but good to know. So that's a way not to do it. Um, so truthfully, what we need is just this. And there's our output. It's on for just a couple of ticks. The immense level of stacking of it might strike you if you are holding a torch, but it also might strike you if you are. Fair enough. The immense level of static buildup as soon as you get close to the machine, all your hair stands on it. True, Tinas. Welcome in, Butterball. Good to see you. Tina Belcher from Bob's Burgers. Forking Jif goes hard with the piston. No! Oh, people are being questionable in my chat. For some reason, I'm now in the which position to know this. It's not even that questionable. Man, okay. Now, if I put a trapdoor, I put a trapdoor here. Honestly, we don't even need a trapdoor. This is just the input to this guy. Can't unsee Tina, thanks, Joseph. I feel like can't unsee, thanks, Joseph is folks, we have a T flip flop. It's jank as hell. It relies on block update detection, but it is not locational. And it friggin' works. Let's see if we can compact it a little before we build this. Because obviously we're going to build our design. Okay, so it's this piston that needs updated. So that's going to be our output. And we're going to put this a couple of blocks higher. But for now, we can just clear out some area here. Because we're gremlins. All right. Now. Here. That. And truly, it does not even have to be. We'll have to see if, okay, this might cause a problem because if I do this and the piston pushes, that might cause a state update. Not one that the piston recognizes. Okay, we're good. Okay, so our input can be here. And we'll use a button just to prove this works. Or a pressure plate. Use a pressure plate. And then all we have to do is that. And now every time we step on the pressure plate, the output toggles. Folks, we've done it. This is it. This is the machine. We have a working T flip-flop in Minecraft 1.2.5. And technically, I think it's smaller than the sample one. Although we can compact it more. Okay. Now we just have to power this. With our this is where it gets exciting. Oh my god, it simply will not place in this orientation. Okay. Now, clean this up a little. Here's the off switch for the farm. Except I'm going to go ahead and do this. So here is the on-off switch of the farm. Here's just some extra power for the line part. And this will be it. This will be the timing circuit. Obviously, we'll want it to be a little bit and for this, we just use a piston. Regular ass piston, I think will work. Piston, where are you? Not used to having, here we go. Now, do that. And there's our flushing mob farm. Wow, okay. I can't believe we've done it, but we've done it. Here's a circuit in 1.2.5 that can power a flushing mob farm. And the water actually flows quickly. Hang on, is this... Okay. No, that flows the same it always has. This makes me so happy. Okay. We'll just put this near the kill chamber so we can have our control there. And then we will make a mob farm. Yippee Redstone. Thank you, Tio. Thank you, Eve. I take a bow. Did it work? Yes. Yes, Sooth, it did work. It's crazy how your redstone skills transcend time. So our entire goal here was to make a circuit that could, on a timer, start and stop a water flow. And we've done it. Now all we have to do is make the spawning platforms, and we're done. So, water, when water flows, it will flow for not that many blocks, to be honest with you. And we probably want to go with even fewer. So here's the thinking. We can have 15 before we have to have some type of... This version of hoppers, I think Vex said no the other day. This version had no hoppers. Hoppers are introduced in 1.5. But we're kind of just making an XP farm, honestly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is how long our platform is going to be. And we're going to put in regular pistons. Although sticky pistons with glass might be a better idea, so that... No, it won't matter. Okay. Okay, there's that. 1.5, is that the redstone update? Yes. So your inventory, here's the thing, I don't care. But I can also use my inventory as a sorting system quite easily, just by filling it with one of the item that I want. So we'll be mostly after bones and arrows here, which means finding a desert isn't the worst idea. I think that's what we'll do. We'll explore the world a little bit. We'll find a desert. That'll be next stream, though. Okay, so water, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's probably enough. We don't necessarily want to run the water too. It's... Actually, we kind of do, so we don't have to worry about stopping it. Because can I even do signs on air in this version? I can do signs. we can do signs. So one of the trade-offs with mob farm design of this type is that you basically, if you build the platform all the way out to the edge of where the water will run, then at the end of, it takes a long time to push the mobs off because they move very slowly at the end. Yeah. So we'll test it. We'll test it with a full 7 blocks of water flow. Unfortunately, there are no waterlogged trapdoors until 1.13. Okay. And here's our spawning platform. And I'm so happy right now. You guys have no idea. Actually, I'm pretty sure you know exactly how happy I am. Okay, so there's our water. And we can run a, oops, okay. Torch here. Redstone dust. Oh, we have to power these guys somehow. They might have to be powered from the top. Because the only way to power them from the bottom is going to be to power blocks adjacent to them. And the only way to do that the only way to power all of these blocks in a row. We kind of have a couple of options. Okay. It's really tough to power stuff. Okay, yeah, because we might have to downwards facing spin this. I didn't expect this to be the hard part. But most of the methods available for powering a bunch of pistons in a row don't work in this version. So we're going to use a regular piston, and we're going to have it come down from above instead. Then we're going to figure out how to stack these, and then we're done. Mostly. We do have to clear out all of this so that we can place these in the incredibly finicky orientation that they go. You go there. Once we put all the pistons in, then we can break ourselves free out of jail and repair the floor. And then we just do this. And there's our water flow. So now we just have to build another one of these on top. And we can just, oops. Can't quite do it that way. So how does this work if we build another one on top? We basically have to put, I believe water will destroy redstone. Let's double check. Yeah, okay. Redstone, even at 1.2.5, does not hold back water. So this is okay, but we can save ourselves. We're trying to get these as dense as possible. Not least because spawning Enderman is a bad idea. Um, okay. Now, do that. That. Okay. Water gate is working. But we still have the problem that we have to build above this. Which truly isn't a huge problem. Especially not when we can just... No, we can't do that, can we? My initial thought was we could just put the block here and then raise this up one and quasi-power all the... Which technically we can do. Because these pistons would update them. But the problem is then we'd have to... But these go where the water has to go. Were pistons transparent in this version, so you can do really cool lighting tricks with them? I don't know, but for the record, we kind of need not lighting in this thing. Okay. Let's... Builder, I can't help it. Fair enough, Sooth. Fair enough. I'm trying to avoid using more blocks than I have to. Um, because if I build above this, here's the new floor. We have to have it at least up here because there has to be room for this redstone wire. So this has to be the new floor. which creates a 3-block high space underneath that is not exactly ideal. We would have to prevent Enderman from spawning. Because Enderman, if they get wet, will simply teleport away. And they'll teleport to a dry spot, which is quite possibly going to be our kill chamber. Although, we can simply cover the kill chamber, and that won't be a real problem. Or we can just put extra blocks in, that's not a problem either. I wonder if, in this version, if zombies still spawn in deserts. Because I know they didn't have husks. So I don't know if the zombie spawn rates were lower in deserts. If so, it might be worth it to build this than one. As it is, we're going to have to find a place to get slime, and I don't know if there's slime chunks in this version. Okay. One at a time. 1 and 2. That's Fairfax, 100%. Okay. Expand 2 up. Expand 1 down. Stack 3. So there's our spawning platforms for the farm. What we would like to do then is have a torch tower, but the only way we can do that is by making this block a torch. Which is a no-go. It's gonna just be a general mob farm, because that's really the only way in Minecraft 1.2 that you can get experience. Okay, that doesn't block the water from flowing. Good to know. Would have been convenient if it did. You didn't want to just go with the classic hideous box in the sky? No. I want to see how good I can make this in Minecraft 1.2. So in my stream title, I've had a reference to JL2579, who had an interesting mob farm design, but it required repeaters. And as soon as I started stream, I went to build it up, and there were no repeaters in this version of the game. So that didn't go the best. It'd be super cool if I could do that, but I don't think I can do that. Wonder if this works. Yes. Okay, we can just build a torch tower that way. Well, okay. Now I'm going to just mirror this. Because now that our torch's tower is in the middle, we can just mirror this the other direction and get 29 instead of 15 pistons. So let me do one weird muscle memory thing of this is that I have single player commands mod, but slash still doesn't open the chat. In this version, I have to do T and then type a command. H plus 2, expand 1 down, expand 2 up. Then I'm going to stand here, copy, flip to the left, and paste. What happened there? Undo. Excuse me? Fox, the health minutes are right, and I'm not, and I'm mad. I'm actually looking forward to my workout. Who even am I? Honestly, same. I'm trying to get some exercise, and come on, let me get in there. Because I too would like to be healthy. And it's a scam. You're right. What Sooth? Oh, just the way that world edit. That's with me. How long did it take you to get to that point? How long did it take you to get to that point? I will eventually one day go do exercise. Well, that it did do me dirty. Come on. Then again, world edit's interpretation of right and left. It's not always my interpretation of right and left. Okay, let's just select once again and make sure that we're good to go. H pause 1. H pause 2. Expand 2 up. Expand 1 down. Copy. Flip to the south instead of to the left. And paste. What happened? Oh, okay. Hang on. I see what happened. The flip works differently. Undo. So now I just have to copy, flip to the south, and then go to the other end here, And cave. Not exactly what I wanted. We have 15 there. We have fewer than 15. Oh, I copied too much. That's why. One of these days, you will see the content. Okay. Plus one. H plus two. Expand one down. Expand one east. Mirror. So that's what it does in newer versions of World Edit. Okay. Now, if I copy using this as my reference point, flip the copy south, and then go over here, paste it, with any luck, there's our farm. Now we just build two of those. Kind of. Now we replace the pistons that World Edit broke. Right up against there. Nope. Okay. Gonna make me do this the hard way. Okay. At least it worked this time. If stack works, it's just like select the stack through to the left or the right. Yes, but not if I have to mirror it. That is how I built it up. But it doesn't work if I have to mirror. For the pistons, oh. Well, I might do that in another lifetime. Okay. There we go. Actually, I should probably keep that area solid just to keep spiders from spawning on here. And also to make it easier to build in survival. I smartly purchased 2 adult Lunchables at the market so I have a good small meal when I really don't want to cook anything at the moment. I'm glad for you, Eve. I'm glad that worked out. Now, this thing has vastly more spawning spaces than our last attempt. I will show you all in a second. So what kind of adult Lunchables did you get, Eve? I don't know how else to describe this little turkey cheese cracker packs. I mean, I feel like it's... That sounds almost like charcuterie in a package, which is what you'd probably call it if you were really fancy. I don't know if charcuterie traditionally has turkey, but it has meat, cheese, and crackers, so... Alright, now we get busy mirroring. Page pause 1. Page pause 2. Expand 1 down. Expand 2 up. We're going to copy using this as our reference point, flip to the east, and paste. Not quite. Paste. There we go. That's the gap we wanted. Okay, I did something vaguely similar. The cheap Michelin's TV dinners were on sale, so I got 2 of them for emergency lunches. Turned out I needed one today as I woke up late. My alarm didn't go off. I'm glad you had that. It's definitely in the charcuterie section, but I swear that I saved that for the little salami mozzarella ones. Okay. Salami definitely does sound more charcuterie. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to copy the whole thing. Page pause 2. And expand 1 down, expand 2 up. And we're going to cut this and we're going to paste it like 150 blocks in the sky. And what that's going to do is it's going to simulate where we have to build this in the real world. Because I'm not lighting up all the caves. Cut. And then we are level 4. We need to get up to level 100 and... We probably have to build this at like layer 180 or something. Or even layer 200, because we have to stand. There's no way to push mobs up in this version. There's no easy way. There's no bubble columns. So we have to paste this at like layer 200 because we need to be standing like here-ish. Okay. Okay. Here's our mob farm, and now I'll take the opportunity to show you the other one. So this was JL2579's design modified. So the way that he had it was that all of these pistons were on the same side. So just a row of spawning spaces, a row of pistons, a row of glass. And whenever a mob steps on the pressure plate, which they can actually spawn on pressure plates in this version, they immediately get pushed off. And they die. So that's how it worked. What I did was I went in and I said, well, we don't have repeaters, so we can't do these next to each other because then the redstone won't connect. So no repeaters, can't build the original design. So instead, I built this. But the rates on this are terrible because it has not enough spawning spaces. True Sooth, but you do have to light them up still, and without free cam, I have no idea how I'm going to do that. I don't know, maybe we make a cave lighting effort. Okay, but for now, let's put a bottom on this, shall we? And one cool thing about Minecraft 1.2 is this is old enough that the new water damage rules weren't in place, which meant that mobs that fell into one block of water would be damaged. And we can use that to our advantage. So I think what we want to do here is we want to pull all the mobs to our central location. And we kind of want this to be spider-proof. What happens if I flush a spider? Off like the second one. Oh, yeah. Okay. It does fall. Okay. Important question. Would you all put the turkey cheese on the turkey or the cracker or the opposite? I would not put the cheese, but I think you knew that. I'm sorry to be lame, but I would not put the cheese. Okay, so we've got a bunch of pops already. This is already better than the other one. This thing is filling up with mobs very quickly. So all we really need to do is put put a waterway down the middle that the mob will fall into, but one that's the spiders will not be able to climb out of. We could try to put... I did decide to do some mild rift-bound investing. Ooh, okay. Okay, do tell. So people go like this. And folks, I have to be honest with you, this will probably be cobblestone in the real thing. But... okay. So if we do that, and then we do that... well, hang on, we have to build... Hello, Creeper. Good to meet you, sir. So what have we invested in, Eve? Okay. I think the Diana signature spell, Moonfall, is currently the cheapest it will get. So I bought 3 to hold on to for next set when the new players come in and then suddenly need them and they're back up to 25. Interesting. Okay. How's that? How do you think that... I hope that works out for you. Okay. Where's our center line? Oh, hello, zombie. We'll have to spawn-proof these areas. Fortunately, we have carpets that we can use. So here's our center line. Here's where we will make them fall into our kill chamber. Each of these is going to be... These are power thinking ahead to have them later when people want them. Oh, so are you investing in people or are you investing in Rift Trap cards? Like, are you wanting to buy them so that you can give them to people that need them? Or are you just wanting to sell them for money? Oops. How I can help people get them. Currently, some friends are looking for a card that is now $25 that used to be $10. Okay, cool. Glad you're investing in people. That seems more in line with how you think about the game. Okay. We are getting somewhere. I think we need, like... Because the problem with spiders is they will climb walls. So say I just let them go for $5 more than I bought them, it's worth it to me, but also a good discount for people later. Sounds good to me. Okay. This farm is working and we're not even farming. Can they climb ice in this version of Magma Box? I don't think there is ice in this version, but I'm not sure it's obtainable in survival. And I don't think Magma Blocks exist. So what we're gonna do, fences. I think I can climb fences. I don't think we're doing anything particularly revolutionary, Eve. Okay. So this is where our kill chamber needs to be. I'm gonna go ahead and mirror this. Draws one. H+2. Expand 2 down. And can we just copy and mirror to the south? We cannot. And what we're going to do then is we're going to go over here. Use this as our reference point. Copy. Flip south. Paste. Undo. Paste. Undo. Paste. There we go. This will guide all the mobs into our kill chamber, which we now have to build. Oh no, Eve. So did the survey not, like, buy a favor? Like, did it not work for them? Um, the survey is the new management that's taking over. Okay. Cool. It is cool that mobs will just wander off edges in this version, I suppose. Okay. Oops, nope. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I want to do... The trans gamers server is a wild place. Can spiders climb something stacked like spaced slabs? Maybe. I'm not that worried about the spiders. I'm going to see how much of a problem they actually are. Let's see. Actually, let's look in the wiki and see if there's something obvious. Desktop. Spider. This thing finally loaded. Okay, we'll play some more Minecraft and we'll come back when that's loaded. Okay. So I think what we're going to have is this here. You know what we could do? This would be evil, but we're not in Minecraft for good exactly, so... Here's what we're going to do. We're going to push all the mobs into here. We're going to put signs. Let's see. If we put signs here, then now mobs can freely fall through. And we'll put lava in. Because lava we have access to. That won't work because it'll light the spawning spaces too much. Because this is going to be light level 50. This FAU showed me light levels in this version. It absolutely does not. Okay. But this would be like 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. So this is like light level 10, which means most of this spawning platform is then useless. So let's not do lava. Let's just do this. Do you want to, like, stop flowing lava? Yeah, I guess not. What happened here? This seems like a bug. Okay. In this version, something like that, but I don't think you can get the... I don't think you can obtain it, so... Let's see what happens if we throw a mob in there. You, you swim. Yes, you do. Okay. In which case, I'm gonna put these things back. Let the mobs fall into the kill chamber on their own. And I think I'm gonna put... I think to further focus them, I want them in this light. Zombie swimming is kind of cursed somehow. So one of the things that about this one of the things about this version is that swords don't have sweep attack. So killing these mobs is gonna have to be basically one at a time. Okay. Also, freak lava behavior was my nickname back in high school. Of course it was, Vex. What else would it be? Alright. This is gonna be our... We're gonna use some of this ugly netherrack. Although, to be honest, the new stuff is uglier in some ways. Flint and steel. I'm thinking I can probably do this without causing any problems. So if I just set fire to all of the netherrack, then the mobs will be on fire, you see. Also, once a spider falls in here, it'll be pretty difficult for them to climb out. Slabs. Do we have the slabs? We do. Cool. That looks infernal and difficult to kill mobs in. Okay, but we can... Well, we'll want to be a little bit careful. Basically, we want to make sure that the creepers can't see us, because if they see us, that will kill us. But this'll do. And it will be pretty difficult for spiders to get out of there. Um, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we only have one thing we have to do. And that is to make sure that we are at least... Oh, we have to make sure... Hang on, we have to make sure we're at least 24 blocks away from the spawning areas. Otherwise, we won't spawn any bombs. So... Oh, there's a conversation. Okay. Zombie swimming is kind of cursed. That's not a free lava behavior thing. Yes. I don't know. I'm with Eve. How so? Let's do that. Do that. Do that. Okay. You go die. Oh, freak arrow behavior. That was my nickname in high school. Hmm. So the question is, do we want to build it so that we are... Oh, it just looks fleshier. Like, the old netherrack just looked like static. The new netherrack, I feel like I know what it is, and I don't like it. Sort of miraculous. I have to build a healing chamber for it. Okay, so this has to go down at least 24 blocks so that we're out of range of any of the spawning platforms. So, we'll use the magic of World Edit. It's 2. Okay, now here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I'm an idiot. Hang on. Let's check something. The spiders. Spiders they have 16 health points. Combat. Um, The spiders can climb fences. I was gonna look if there are any blocks they can't climb. Okay. Let's fall damage. Blobs take about 1/2 heart, so 1 point of fall damage for every block fallen over their safe fall distance. Can I build the mob farm out of wool? No. I feel like it's just nondescript red fantasy hellrock. Seems like guts to me. I don't like it. If it helps, GregTech claims it's made of redstone, sulfur, coal, and gold, or sulfur, antimony, quartz, ardite, and cobalt, netherite, and a few other things, depending on how you process it. Weird that netherrack would be made of netherrack. That's odd to me. However, other mobs with resistance to negate. What am I looking for? I'm looking for 3 blocks. Okay, and what does water do? Because if I can use some of these 24 blocks, I'll have to look in the history section for this. Because water did not use to stop damage, and I want to know how much damage it does reduce. It doesn't say. Alright, Mihakula. Thanks for being here. Good night. I think it just implies that it contains a small amount of netherite, but I don't see any difference between that and being made of it. You've also read of his being fantasy rock? Okay. So my question is, and I think I have an answer actually. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try just moving this down. Because this needs to be here. If I just move the whole thing down, then we have the advantage that I think the idea of it made of being flesh is funny, but I mean it makes rock sounds. It's not recently dead. It's not recently dead flesh. Um, okay, I'm gonna do H+1. H+2. Gonna expand down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the plan is to move this whole thing down quite a ways. It absolutely does vex, especially in the nether where water just kind of disappears. Alright. So if we are at, if we're standing on this platform and we are at height 201, then we need to get here. And this needs to be at height 190 or 175-ish. So we'll copy. We'll actually cut. Yeah, like 166. Paste. Okay. Now that one's splatted, but that's because it didn't land in the water. The mobs should now take a decent amount of damage as they come down. Oh, that's too much damage. Okay, so this is going to have to be enclosed, but we knew that. Spiders really do be zooming. Yeah. Undo. And we're going to go up to about 182. Paste. Now let's see what happens. Are we still in the right position? We are not. Undo. Paste. Undo. Paste. Nope. Night Sooth. Thanks for being here. Alright, let's do that. Why can't I paste this in the right place? Undo and paste. Good. Did we get it? I think so. Let's check. We're too far this way. Gotta move it back one block. Okay, I think this is correct. Yes. Okay. This is not in the correct spot. Let's see what happens if the mobs fall. We'll just put a little block here. Watch them. Okay, so the spiders really are going to clog up the entrance there. Once they do, we can swipe their feet pretty easily. Okay. So the only problem then is going to be getting them safely down to because this is now higher than we need it to be. We need to be standing, if the lowest level of the farm is at 201.6, so this is level 200 here, then this needs to be, we need to be standing at that minus 24, which is about 177. So we need to get these mobs about another 10 blocks down. And we need to do that without killing them. So let's do that. And then okay, getting close. Let's pause 1. H pause 2. Stack 9 down. And now we're standing about where we need to be. Make sure that everything is fully out of range. Okay. Now the question is, can the mobs make it down without dying? Yes. Cool. They just take a bunch of damage and we're good. Okay. Well. Oops. Just make a roof of the thing. And that'll be H pause 1, H pause 2, set sandstone, set cut sandstone, set polished sandstone. Well, what is this? This is just sandstone. This version does not have very good information. Oh well, it's just a template anyway. One, 2, that replace anything that's not air with, or replace air rather. Let's say instead. And same over here. Okay, now it's nice and dark in there. We're gonna go ahead and put, there's no carpets in this version, but we're gonna go ahead and use wooden slabs for most of our spawn proofing, because wooden slabs in this version are special. They don't burn. And if we ever do upgrade this world for some reason, then we will have legitimate little petrified slabs. Yes, we'll have legitimate petrified oak slabs. That IMO is pretty cool. And who knows, maybe we do upgrade this world and just kind of play through the versions sometime. But for now, we're going to beat 1.2. Every year we go up a version. Depends how many years it takes me to beat this thing. What are we trying to get for this farm? Experience. And some bone meal wouldn't hurt, because we can't get that from composting until 1.14, maybe. I don't know exactly when they added the composter. It might be before 1.14, but it might be before 1.14, but it was kind of recent. Oh, we broke the farm. Please hold. Alright, Finn, good night. Yeah, the only way to get XP in Minecraft 1.2 is to kill mobs. That's the only thing you can do. You can't fish, you can't trade, you can't do anything that would normally get you XP. It just sucks. Okay, so we're gonna make sure that mobs can't spawn on the top of here. Does World Edit in this version work with slabs? Oops. It's just a regular slab. Whatever. Again, we won't be using World Edit Survival, so we don't have to worry about it. Alright, all slabbed up. Hopefully nothing can spawn on the redstone. Have to double check that that's the case. Things are spawning on the redstone. That's not possible in later versions. I'm sorry, Eve. I'm sorry that you couldn't be slapped up. Wait, are things spawning on the slabs or are they just left over? Well, that thing jumped to its death. A lot of mobs. Okay, it doesn't look like we're spawning anything necessarily on the redstone. That's good. There's a lot of mobs just chilling though, including creeper. And a bunch of spiders that can't make it down there. I don't know. We're far enough down. We can go with the lava thing. We could try that. That should eventually kill the spiders. Hopefully it doesn't. Come on. Okay. Signs. And let's try lava. See if that damages the spiders at all. It sure doesn't seem to. Also, the mobs simply swim in the lava until they die. So that doesn't help. Also, the spiders don't actually seem to be climbing. They just seem to be chilling. Let's see if we get the weird lava behavior again. Oh my god, we do. This has to be a bug. Okay. Spiders do float. Yeah. Okay. That gets rid of the spiders. Cool. Very nice. Okay. Now we got a mess of mobs down there. And if the spiders do climb, then these little pieces of water will push them away. Now we just have to slab this. And we can make our control circuit. They're holding on to the many leggies. Something like that. Alright. I got myself turned around. I thought this was on the other side. Now that monstrosity. I'm going to take some screenshots so that so that I don't have to worry about it. That way I can just put the screenshot up and immediately know how this is supposed to be built. Let's see, so what kind of layout do we want for this? Obviously, the detector rail doesn't have to go right there. It can go pretty much anywhere. The only real ergonomic thing that we need to consider is where this is going to go. But that too can basically go anywhere. But I think we want to put it somewhere where the output can easily reach 2 towers. So if we put a lever, then we can simply do this. And we can in fact, there's no particular reason to put the cart right here either. Give me a minecart. I need all 3 types of rails. Okay. And we're gonna put ooh, a ramen adventure, do tell. What's it been? So I think what we're actually gonna do is I think we're gonna put the detector rail there. Or rather, there. And then we're actually going to continue this quite a ways back. Because I think we want the spawn cycle to be longer. And then we'll put 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Like, here's our center block. Go ahead and put some of those there. And this has the advantage, if we set it up correctly, that when the farm is off, the cart will park here, and that will ensure that the water is also off. Oh, we can't put levers on the bottom something anymore. Good to know. We might have to move that. But we're gonna put redstone dust now. Oops. Said we're gonna put redstone dust now. Right here. And what this will do. Alright. Let me pull up my screenshots. Screenshots, view folder. Okay. I'm gonna put this over on top of OBS. Eve, where are you going on your Robin adventure? Anywhere specific, or are you just gonna try someplace new? Okay, we got a piston here. Oh god, there's so many feet in there. That is cursed. Okay. We want to go here, which I cannot do in this version. Go through. Okay. Do that. And then look at my reference here. Okay. We want these to be sticky pistons. And there's the sticky piston. That's so many feet. Okay. That's a lot of feet. Alright. Sticky piston. The block. And under here. Alright, it looks like I'm gonna go catch up with my friend Joe, so I asked if he wants to go to Maria. We love Maria. Hopefully it's good, good chashu this time. Torch. Redstone. Here's our circuit output. Okay, this is gonna be here. Gonna be here. This is gonna be here. Then we need a torch. I think we just need this to be quasi-powered. We don't really particularly care how. So this needs to be powered by a torch, and we can do that this way. And then truly, to quasi-power this, all we need is a torch right here. And then I believe if we do this. Yep, that's quasi-powered. Now, we're on a minecart. Ooh, Eve. Joseph Rooks is in. Oh, he's in for the. I thought this was a hacker voice thing. Joe is in, I think, for the ramen. This is not exactly working the way that I intended. Because what I should do is I should update this. Oh, I'm a dumbass. All we need to do is put. We need to make sure this block gets powered. Which, okay, is this quasi-powered yet? It's not, okay. So we need. We need power into this block. Which basically means we have to power from. We're probably going to take the train. We love the train. Honestly, like, okay, if you're going to Maruya, you basically have to take the train. Like, you can drive, but parking is such a nightmare and expensive that just take the train. It's better for everyone. Okay. So if we could power this, I'm trying to be as compact as possible. For no particular reason, to be honest with y'all. Okay. Here is the output of our circuit. This is going to go here. Disable the. Oops, not what I want. Okay. Well. Okay, so that is on, which is what we would like for when the piston is here, or when the cart is at this end. So that's our spawn cycle. That's our water cycle. Spawn. Water, okay. So we're just going to take an output from this. Have this be our torch tower. And split it off into 2 torch towers, going to either side. Okay. got to here, which I think is here. And then these will be 4 torch towers. And we may have to invert the cycle of this. Because we want the water side to be the short cycle, I think. Your whole station is less than 5 minutes away from him, so it'll be super easy. It's so close, like even closer to him than it was to me, to be honest. Okay, we need this to be farther out. Is it? I will say this for modern Minecraft, it's got some conveniences. For sure. Okay, now just a simple... redstone line to here. And we want this to be... Okay. Actually, what we need is... Okay, we're 1 off, and that's dumb, so let's not be. Oh, disappearing redstone. It's a 0.7 mile walk. If it wasn't 100 degrees Friday, that would be easy. Well, thankfully, you got an easy parking garage that is never full. Honestly, never mind. So what's the tech that was removed? Nothing? So the original concept was something like this farm. And the reason this farm works is because before 1.9, mobs could spawn on pressure plates. But this thing had terrible rates. So we're not doing that, we're doing this. Go to Flushing Farm. All right. I'm 1 block off on my torch tower. And that, to be completely honest with you, annoys the shit out of me. I'm gonna have to do something ugly somewhere. Unless I wanna... I could bring this in closer. No, because that doesn't work. I could put the torch down here, but that's 2 blocks lower. So at some point we're just gonna have to bite the bullet and... Okay, one thing we can do is that. That gets us 1 block lower. We spent most of the time, Vexing Raven, figuring out how to do a clock circuit without any kind of repeaters or comparators or anything that we'd normally use. I think this is actually in the phase we want it to be. I think that just worked out for us. Oh, we picked up a passenger. I'm sorry the redstone doesn't perfectly conform to your desires. It is what it is. What we're gonna do, though, is we're gonna go ahead and use a minecart with chest, just so that that doesn't happen again. I got an item. We're gonna use a regular minecart, folks. Never mind. Okay. Well, we'll do what we want. Okay, so let's see if this phase is long enough. We have a spawning phase, and then we have a... You can fill it with items just to slow it down. Yeah, okay, that should be good. I think this works. It has a long spawning phase and then a short flushing phase, which is important for performance. But yeah, vexing within the farm we were going to build was a farm originally more or less designed by JL2579. And I was excited to build it because, like, it doesn't work on modern versions. But, or at least it has to be modified to work in modern versions. How does it turn out? There's no repeaters in this version of Minecraft. Okay, do that. Do that, and then start towering. And honestly, we should be ready to give this thing a try. I can't believe it, folks. We might actually be ready to give this thing a try. Okay, let's check the two sides are in sync. They seem to be. Okay, we're in the spawning phase. Yeah, we can double check the wiki, but I'm almost sure that full minecarts. Perfect, that's about how long we want it to be. Wish I had free cam. Oh my god. The tap dancing. The mobs are tap dancing. We really do love it. And so the cool thing is when we turn this off, the farm stays in the water phase, so we can't spawn any mobs. Which I personally think is pretty darn cool. Alright. Let's figure out ourselves a sword. Why are we just so good at redstone? Practice. Now we can just sit here and collect XP. I don't think there's spectator mode in this version, actually. Even if we wanted to spectate, I don't think we can. Oh, you're right. Although it seems to be working pretty well. But Joe, in this version, there's no sweep attack, so we can't kill the mobs. Like, we can't kill them efficiently. What did I do? I can't free cam. Did I? What? Oh, I broke the floor. I see. We're taking the opportunity here to use plenty of petrified oak slabs. In case we ever upgrade this world. But Joe is correct. We do need survival. What we need now, though, is water. Because there are no hoppers in 1.2. Where's my hoppers? Oh, I want my water. That's what I want. I want my water. Water bucket, here it is. So we're gonna put water back in the corners there. Oh, not what I wanted. Of course, you can't waterlog anything in this version. Okay. This should... Oops. This should bring us items. Now, Joe might be onto something with this whole survival thing. Game mode survival. This way we're picking up the items. We have 12 levels, which is better than we were doing earlier. Let's try to see if we can... Game mode creative. It suddenly wanted to put them on the top and never wants to put them on the top. Use... It refused to put this on the top. And now it just wants to do that. What the heck? These guys want to go on the top, I guess. Literally, okay, I guess there is no sandstone bottom slab? Oops, Minecraft has come a long way. Okay. Water will bring us items and XP. And we can just sit here and farm. It would help though if we turned the farm on. That might help. Top 10 lever betrayals is what we've got going on here. Okay, I think we've done it. But we're gonna wait for some mobs to fall down. I wish I could free cam right now. I so wish I could free cam right now. There sure aren't any mobs. Be more creative. Oh, it got stuck. Oh, I got stuck. There we go. Oh, I know why. When did C get invented? Long after this. 1 second, folks. I didn't sneeze, but I'm going to tell you I did. Okay. Well, we have some mobs. So many of them are dying. But with an actual mob time, I think we can get enough that... Okay, this is officially more mobs than we can kill, so we'll take it. Thanks, you. Appreciate it. Did you know Halloween 1978 was the first film to use Panavision's Panaglider, the first ever Steadicam used in a motion picture film? I didn't. I'm not really a film nerd, so I don't know a lot about trivia, but that seems really cool. So thank you for sharing. Okay. Game mode survival. Okay, we're at 16 levels. And we're doing pretty good on materials. That's gotta be the best weirdest message I've seen. Usually it's people being racist or sexist or weird. You know what? If it's a fun fact about film history, I'll take it. Okay, so enchanting is gonna take a ton longer than normal. And some of our mobs are dying. But now you mentioned it. Better than someone showing up at the first time chat of, hey, did you hear about horrible thing that just happened? Thank you for not being the person to tell us the horrible news feed today. There actually is some news today that people are sad about, but I'll let y'all find out on your own. I mean, we do like Obama here as presidents go, but I think perhaps we should stay out of the politics. I'm getting carpal tunnel syndrome. But I'm also getting constant XP. This farm seems to be doing its job. So I'm gonna call this a success. I'm also getting a lot of... Got an enchanted bow. Amazing. Okay, folks. Not really. One of the things we have to do, and I don't think we can avoid this. One of the things we need to do is we need to go to we need to find a swamp. Because that's where we're going to find slime to make the sticky pistons, and I don't think we can get away without sticky pistons. Yeah, this is working remarkably well. It's going to take a long time to get up to level 50 and get a max level enchant, but I think this is what we'll build. I'll have to strategize how to build it without the Elytra, without a schematic. Truly using historical methods. Folks, I think it's time to turn off the farm. been meleeed. I've been meleeed again. What's happening? Am I getting shot? Not that I can see. Oh, I'm starving. That makes sense. Really can't do this for very long in 1.2 then. I think I get poisoned by eating this. I do. I do get poisoned by eating this. Okay. Give ox. Give me some good chicken. No? Okay, folks. That'll fix it. Thanks for hanging out. I am delighted that we have a mob grinder that is satisfying and works in 1.2. Where did this guy come from? Only use one on the redstone. I don't like that. We'll have to put like a slab over this so that nothing can stop the minecart. Oh, and that's a problem. That's a big problem. Okay, we do have to solve this. If you climb over the wall, it's possible. That does not give the cart quite enough momentum to get past this thing. Okay. Just run carts with items and maintain their momentum. I mean, we can try it. We can put some items in there. Okay, let's do this, this. That's the problem. When it launches, it doesn't launch with enough speed. So then what we're going to do is we're going to put the second one here. We're going to put power for it here. Okay. Minecart. That might not be enough water time. It's not. Okay. Folks, we're so close. Problem is, this farm cannot be turned on after it's been turned off, and that's not really acceptable. We need the delay from this cart being slow AF. We need that delay. And the only way to get it I wonder if we can... Hang on. wonder if we can do this. We can do that. Let us give it a little bit more speed. Hopefully that works. Is there any reason not to use more powered rails? Yes. The reason not to use more powered rails is that if I put another powered rail here, then when I turn the farm off, the cart doesn't reach the block. If I put another powered rail here, the cart moves too fast through this segment, and the water phase is not long enough. We can make it longer. For example, we could put I guess one thing we could do, if we go ahead and put like Super Nyan, welcome in. We are making a mob farm in 1.2.5. Just for the sheer interest of it. We're doing a playthrough of 1.2.5, and so we wanted to have a mob farm. And a lot of the sort of modern redstone components, like, for example, repeaters, aren't available in this version, so we have to improvise. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're just going to push this a little bit farther this way. We have this one. We can take this at least to here. 1.3, unfortunately. And then this one. Okay. We might need to adjust the timing a bit more. Has it stopped? No, we just never hooked it up. But we're just that good. Ah, shit, I messed it up. Might have still messed it up, actually. Let's check. Nope, the water phase is on the wrong side now. We gotta fix that. Shit. We were so close, yes. Literally the version before repeaters were added. And also the version before they made enchanting slightly more sane. Okay, so doing this, we should have... Nope, the water is still... The water's still in the long phase. Okay. Now is the water on the short face? Yes. I'll give it just a little bit longer. Okay. Probably working right down here. I am really satisfied with this. We've come up with our own 1.2.5 mob time. And yeah, this makes me happy. Okay, let's see if that guy gets knocked off. He doesn't. Okay, so mobs are staying up here a long time. For fuck's sake. Fine, you can ride around. We really should just put a roofer for this thing so that we don't get mobs, but for now, the creeper can stay. Still with that. I wonder if I just remove this thing, replace it with a regular one. Does it work? It does work. Oh, and the minecart is carrying more momentum with a creeper in it. Kill that creeper before we mess with this. I love how it looks like a few like that fly. Yeah. I do have an employee, Super 9. How are you tonight, by the way? Do you like old Minecraft? I was gonna say classic Minecraft, but that's a separate thing. So I'm gonna say old Minecraft. Okay. I have committed murder. It is true. Okay, we're gonna put slabs over this just for safety. And to keep the minecart empty. Hopefully. Our body's decided 4 AM is a good time to be awake for the day, so that's fun. Honestly, yeah, I have no idea what causes it to do that. For some days, you just wake up early. Okay, that's about right. So this thing is probably spending 20 or 30% of the time in the water phase now. Cool. Okay. There's so many mobs down there in that mess. It's been 0 days since we killed an employee. That's a really depressing sign to have up. but since there we go. It has been 0 days since we last killed an employee. The main thing I do in Minecraft is play with crazy amounts of mods on fairly modern versions. Most of the time, I play on modern versions as well. Like, most of our time on this channel is on a modern SMP. I've got this interest in old Minecraft recently, and I've just been vibing. So, we do a decent amount of new tech, and it's cool to do some old tech. We had to figure out a way to build a timing circuit, a clock, without any repeaters. Is it turned off, or is it just... Okay, good, I did turn it off. Sanity. Cool. I used to play old Minecraft on my Xbox with my brother. A lot of people seem to get their start on Xbox. I never did. I never had an Xbox, so I went straight to Java Edition. But a lot of people seem to play on Xbox first. Alright, folks. It is 1:30 a.m. for me. I'm not interested in setting another record, so I think it's time for me to go to bed. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm gonna go ahead and set the difficulty of peaceful to get rid of these guys. Options. Peaceful. Cool. Okay. I think it's time to find a raid. Thank you all so much for being here. Let's see who's online. Twitch. 8-bit. No one from 8-bit, but I always check. Raid. Anybody I'm following? There's a number of people that I'm following. But most of them I've either raided recently or aren't playing Minecraft that I want to raid. Okay. Let's see. Let's... All right. We are going to go... Interesting. We're going to go say hi to Frog King. Frog King is in New Zealand, and they are playing blindfolded Minecraft. Apparently they have somebody else giving them directions and they can't see. And they're trying to make an axe. This is going to be interesting. Okay, folks. Thank you so much for being here. If you would like to know when my next stream is, it will probably be Friday, but I have a Discord. You can join the Discord. You can sign up for stream alerts if you'd like. It's a fun time there. We like to hang out. And yeah, I will see you later this week, most likely. And thank you all for being here, and have a good night.